get started here. Going to adjust the volumes of the music. Alright, we should be good. Also need to undef it on Discord as well. Alright, welcome everyone to the next episode of the Swordburst 2 Road of Despair. So before we begin, I just want to make a couple announcements. So if you take a look at the channel, or if you go to the Soaring Blossom channel, you might notice that we actually have some new artwork. So if I go over to the channel, the banner, the YouTube banner, or the cover picture, whichever you like to call it, the one that appears on like the top of the YouTube profile, that is new artwork that has been drawn by my character artist, Mike Draws 5. So his Twitter is in the description if you want to know more about his art. But I commissioned this art from him and looks pretty good. This is just like a little sample of what that picture is. There's more to it, but that's specifically just for the banner. And then of course I switched the old banner to become the new profile picture. There's also a watermark. If you take a look at the bottom right of the stream, you might see like a little I guess like chibi version of my avatar, similar to the one that I have on stream right now, the PNG tuber. That's just a little watermark I decided to use. So I just want to make use of all three artworks that I have, which is the chibi version, the old banner, and then the new banner. So that's the reason why I had to change some things up. But hopefully it looks pretty good. I think it looks, I think everything turned out quite well. So, it's always a pleasure to work with Mike Draws, and having him draw my character and all that. And if you guys ever want to get artwork commissioned by him, his Twitter is in the description. You can go visit there. He does commissions through vgen.co. So yeah. Other than that, let's just go ahead and get started with today's Swordburst stream. So, just for anyone who hasn't been here for a while, we're currently on floor 11, trying to farm up our levels as well as our items. So specifically, we're looking for items from Za, Duality Reaper, and the trio as well. So from Za, we're looking to get the binary encoder, which is the rapier. Now all drops from floor 11 have a 1 in 800 drop chance, or if you want that in percentage form, that is 0.125. So quite a low drop chance, but we'll stick with it. We've been sticking with it for like the last 3 or 4 streams. But if anything, I'm just glad to be out of floor 9, because the longer that I would have stayed on floor 9, it's likely the more insane I would have went. So I'm glad that we got Requiem, a couple of streams ago. We still have it here in inventory. The only thing that we're missing in order to make the redemption, which is of course the tier 1 burst rapier, is just Endless Light, and Endless Light comes from the trio, specifically Ra, the yellow mini boss of the trio, or the Enlightener. So so from Za we're looking to get binary, and the reason why we need binary, and also we do need Rose Point from the Duality Reaper. These are for the tier 2 burst rapier, Ancient Storm. And the tier 2 burst rapier won't be completed until we reach floor 12, but we're just getting the items now since they're on floor 11, and since I can't return to older floors, I have to get them now, otherwise I'll never have a chance to get them later. In terms of other burst items that we're planning to make, we also have our eyes set on Apotheosis, the tier 2 burst shield. So for that we need a couple shields, Asheron's shield in particular with Fireseeker, and as well as Ruby Bulwark. The last thing to complete the Apotheosis is just the Emerald Bulwark, and of course 10 burst crystals, which we can get if we are able to obtain 16 more of the legendary crystals, which is not too bad, especially considering that we're in the late game floors now. A lot of these floors have, I guess, various opportunities to get legendary crystals. You can get them, I believe, from the chest. You can get them from the boss, the mini bosses, and even some enemies as well. So getting legendary crystals right now is a lot more accessible than it was in previous floors, because in the lower floors like floor 5, floor 7, and such, we had to kind of depend on getting like legendary drops in order to get legendary crystals. And so now that we have, you know, better drop chances for legendary crystals, we don't have to worry as much about them. Now, it's not to say that this is a perfect solution. There is still a lot of struggle to get a large quantity, because if you think about it, think specifically about the tier 3 shield, Svalin. That shield requires 30 burst crystals, and 30 burst crystals is equivalent to 150 legendary crystals. Now, to most of you, that's probably an easy amount to get, because most of you are probably trading in this game, and you know, some people like to trade OML, some people like to trade LCS, all that stuff, and getting 150 legendary crystals is not that hard if you're trading, but if you're farming, it might take a little bit of time. I believe you can get, you know, if you farm enough in one day, I think you can definitely get 150 legendary crystals in one day. But of course, that means that you have to basically be farming in places that have a lot of legendary crystals. Now, like for those who are high level, it might be pretty easy, because you know you are high level, you have high level equipment, and so you don't have to necessarily like play the game in a way, because you know when you have Conqueror's Wish and like a tier 3 burst, or even Sakura's Paradise, like floor 11 doesn't really become much of a challenge anymore. You just kind of stand there in the middle and just, you know, kind of tank everything while just collecting drops. But at least from my perspective, or at least from the account that I'm playing right now, that's not as simple, because a lot of these enemies do a lot of damage, and also considering the fact that I'm using a Chaos Plate now and not, you know, something that's more applicable is floor like Shadow Ninja robes or Cultist robes, since we haven't gotten those yet. Now, arguably, I would say Shadow Ninja robes are probably a good drop, I would say. I can't say that for sure because of the defense on it after you upgrade it, because I am using a maxed out Chaos Plate Mail, which says 12,000. If we take a look at the Shadow Ninja robes, I'm going to pull this up on the wiki. It has a total of 14,000 when you max out the Shadow Ninja robes. And Shadow Ninja robes comes from the Shadow figure, so it comes from these guys right here. Yeah, these guys right here. Now, the thing about Shadow Ninja robes being 14,000 and my armor being 12,000. Now, like, you know, the damage does, or the defense, that 2,000 defense can make a bit of a difference depending on what enemies you farm. Sometimes it can make like a very drastic difference. But I think I want to set my sights more on Cultist robes. And the reason why Cultist robes is, I think, more worth it is because of its starting defense. Starting defense is 17,000, so much higher than the Shadow Ninja robes at max. And I only need to get, and getting Cultists is not, it's not easy, but it's not that hard either. You just get them from the trio, specifically from Kai and Da. Right now, I'm not particular on which Cultist robes I get. You know, I think getting either the light or the evil robes is fine, because I'm not necessarily building any stats right now. You can kind of see here that, you know, I have 3% on the demon shield, and then chaos has an 8% health regen, virulence has 6% health. So it seems like my build right now is more lenient on health, which is better for the evil robes, because I think light robes is stamina and then evil robes is health. So, but at the end of the day, I'm just trying to get cultists just so I can get more defense, because even enemies like this, like the shadow figure, you can kind of see it's kind of denting my health a little bit. It's not anything that's massive, but like if I were to fight a shadow figure with an elite reaper plus Za, I don't think it would turn out well, and I don't think I can even fight Za on my own, just because Za has a lot of health, and also I'm using a clean virulence, so it's not that much damage. So what I'm trying to say is I won't be able to sustain long enough to be able to beat Za, because by the time I get to like maybe Za's like 75 or 50% health, my HP will probably be all gone. So it's a bit of a tough experience here on floor 11, and you know, I don't blame it, because that's kind of how the game is supposed to be in a way. Because I think where I started to think the game became a lot harder is on floor 9. Like floor 8 was okay. I think it was fine. You know, because you can cheese Fromage by bringing it to the door, and even Mortis you can bring towards like the exit door. But in terms of floor 9 though, I had a hard time fighting Mortis solo, and you know, I wasn't using the best gear either. I was just using a clean chaos with like the Hell Reaver, and it was decent. I was able to hold out for a little bit, but eventually Mortis got the better of me. I found it really difficult to solo. And then floor 10, I don't think floor 10 is soloable with Grim. Oh nice, we got Shadow Ninja robes. Speaking of Shadow Ninja robes though, we actually managed to get it. We could upgrade this, you know, but I'm still thinking about it. I do have 3, I believe. I haven't used any of my floor visits just yet, so I might just hold on to this Shadow Ninja robe, even though I could upgrade it, get 2,000 defense, and come back. I just don't think it's worth it. At least not now that I have T-Man here, because T-Man is helping us to clear everything. So I don't think having the extra defense is necessary at this point. But getting back to what I was talking about, I would say like once you have floor 9, and this, you know, goes for anyone who's just playing Swordburst normally, I would, you know, have people help you out on floor 9. Floor 8 is okay, you know, you can still solo on floor 8, but I think it's kind of mandatory to have someone help you on floor 9 and above. Once you start going to floor 10, 11, 12, I just highly recommend just farming with others if you have anyone else to farm with, because it would just make your experience a lot more simple. You know, it's simple in the sense that like you don't have to struggle as much with the mobs, because when you're playing by yourself, you have to be more methodical with how you defeat the boss. So, you know, for example, how to manage your stamina, how to manage your health, and basically how to, I guess, in a way, manipulate the boss to not take as much damage. and you know that's a lot of extra work that you have to do. But if you're farming with someone else, particularly like someone who's stronger than you and has like really good gear, it just makes your life a whole lot easier. So that's just what I'm thinking in terms of Swordburst 2 advice, I guess, if I were to give advice to others. And it, you know, like it doesn't even have to be starting at floor 9. If you start even like all the way back at floor 1 with a friend or a couple of friends, it will be much more beneficial for everyone. Because, you know, for example, if you're teaming with like in a party of 3, you have 3 people dealing damage versus like 1. And just, you know, although you're not dealing a lot of damage, having 3 people there to do damage just makes it easier to like, I guess like makes it easier to survive, like in a way. Like for example, think about it this way. Let's say you have a weapon that does 3 damage, or you're in a group of friends and you each do 1 damage, right? It's the same damage. One person does 3 damage, and then the other one is just everyone does 1 damage, and then if you add it up together, you all do 3 damage. I would argue that having that team that does 1 damage is more or less, I guess, slightly more beneficial than soloing on your own, because at least when you have friends, you can strategize by changing who has aggro. So one thing in this game is boss aggro. You know, like for example, floor 11 is very adamant about this one, but sometimes when you get low health, the boss will automatically begin to target the person who's like the lowest health. And if you're soloing and you're the only one there with the lowest health, the boss will always chase you, right? But if you have multiple friends with you, you can have someone else draw aggro while you go and heal, and then those, you know, those two can basically you know, deal the damage and sustain, and then when you get back to full health, you can take over and switch, and then, you know, they can go heal. Versus, you know, if you're soloing, you have to basically, you know, disengage and find a way to, you know, like heal up while being constantly attacked. Because if you're the only one soloing, that means that the boss has only one person to target, which is you. So if you're losing health, then, you know, there's no one to really save you. Versus if you have a team with you, you have others who can draw aggro with the boss. So that's why I think having a team, especially, you know, on floor 9 and above, is kind of essential. But, you know, you can take that with a grain of salt if you like, because if you're skilled enough, you can actually solo everything, or pretty much everything. I feel like even high HP enemies like Azus or Atheon are soloable. It's just that they're going to take a while because, you know, you're the only one who's farming them. So theoretically it's possible, but efficiently it's not like a great source of EXP or items. So that's just my take on the whole I guess like farming experience in Swordburst 2. So just to, I guess, to sum it all up for those who just want the TLDR, I just highly recommend having a group of friends. It doesn't even have to be that big, you know. You can even just, like, for example, me and T-Man, just the two of us here is enough. Like, just having another friend with you just makes it a whole lot easier. Optimally, you'd probably want like maybe like a group of friends, like 4. 3 or 4 would be pretty good. You don't want to have too many friends, because otherwise then you might struggle to get credit, because everyone's just trying to get credit on this one enemy. So minimum 2, I would say maximum is like 4. Supposed to give more of an example. I basically had that kind of team in floor 4. So this is a couple years ago when floor 4 was the highest floor on in the game, and I think the max level back then was like level 40. So I had a group of 4, so we were all a group of 4, and this is before I started doing Swordburst 2 streaming, because I didn't start until floor 7. So, you know, I was just playing casually, and I met these friends of mine in Swordburst, and we would get on and play at the same time every day. We would just hop on together and play Swordburst, and it was just the 4 of us teaming up together to get drops. And every time we get a new drop, we would just show it to each other, and then all of us would be pretty surprised. It was such a fun experience back then. And eventually, though, you know, we all had other obligations to take care of, other, you know, work to do, and eventually that group broke off, and it was just me and someone else. And I believe he's still on Roblox, actually. If I can find his name, I do remember his name vividly. His name was Sir Noob Eats a Lot. Or no, sorry, I think it's... Okay, here it is. It's Sir Noob Eats Too Much, not Eats a Lot. Sir Noob Eats Too Much. That is the name. And he's actually playing Roblox right now. Me and him have not talked in years, you know. He probably doesn't remember who I am, but I will always remember him as one of the people who really made my Swordburst 2 experience as good as it was back in the day. I won't forget him. Like I don't forget the people who made my Swordburst 2 experience, you know, that much better. Like, for example, the people that I farmed with a lot, like T-Man, Coco, even like you know, some of the OG viewers as well, like Vanos 879, Jumpy, Enderman, like Ender, or Smiley was his Discord name. But everyone, and also Nick as well. Like every single one of these like people that are helping me out has always made Swordburst 2 that much more enjoyable, because as much as I want to continue playing Swordburst 2 and seeing it through to the end, there's really not that much left to the game. I think, and I've mentioned this in, you know, a lot in my past couple streams over these like weeks. Swordburst 2 has like pretty much already hit its peak, and right now it's kind of in a state where it's just surviving long enough until, you know, it eventually fades away. So for example, think of it like a hill, right? You have the beginning of the hill, and then you have the top of the hill, and then you have the other side, like the, you know, the, I guess, the conclusion in a way. Right now, I would say Swordburst 2 is nearing that conclusion. It was in its introduction phase in 2017, and then peak was somewhere in 2019, 2018, 2019, maybe even 2020, and then now 2024, it's in that conclusion phase. The last thing that Swordburst 2 will probably receive is the Floor 13 update, and I know that Floor 13 will generate some traction for the game, but I don't believe that's going to be something that's, you know, I don't think it's something that's going to be massive. You know, for some events, Swordburst 2 had, you know, close to 2,000, 3,000 concurrent players. But for my prediction personally, I think that the Floor 13 update will probably generate maybe 1,000 to 2,000 returning players. I could be right or could be wrong. I'm just kind of making a prediction right now, but I'm just gonna say somewhere between 1,000 to 2,000. If it's less, then maybe like 500. Because right now, Swordburst 2 currently has 163 players playing it right now. In its previous dead state, and by previous dead state I mean the time before the winter event came, this most recent winter event with all the gifts, I think Swordburst 2 is averaging around like 300 to 400 players. After the event, it dipped down even lower to 100. Now, I have yet to see Swordburst dip down to like double digits. I've only seen it be triple digits. Or at least, I guess like the lowest that I've seen Swordburst 2 is probably like 120, 110, 120. But I'm pretty sure there are times that Swordburst 2 has gone below 100, maybe even below 50 at some point. But I have yet to see it with my own eyes. So, yeah. Once this series is over, we're probably going to do a lot less Swordburst 2 content. So the plan is that this series, for me at least, this is like the final nail in the coffin for me, for Swordburst 2. I know, you know, I should probably expect the Floor 13, but I'm not going to make like any videos, or I'm going to do streams on Floor 13, but I'm not going to do any like videos or such. If anything, you know, this will be the video, specifically the highlights of this journey. So this right here, this is my final call in Swordburst 2, if that's how you want to put it. And then moving on to like the next game after Swordburst 2, I'm not too sure what that will be. I don't want it to be something that's too similar. So, you know, like I know a lot of players have requested that I play Swordburst 3 or, you know, World 0 again. But I think I want to try to stay away from games that are too similar for Swordburst, because I mean, we're spending a lot of time with this series. We're only a little bit past half right now. I would say even we're probably hovering around 55 to 60% done with this. Just for anyone who wants to know, like, when this series ends, it ends when I meet three three milestones. So the first one is obviously to get max level. Max level is level 400, so we are still quite far away from getting, you know, 400, especially the journey from 350 to 400. That's going to be quite the journey. Because when you get to like 350, it takes, I believe, like 3 or 4 Atheons to level up. And imagine doing that for every level going forward. So the grind from 350 into 400 will probably take a good while. I'll figure out exactly what the next game will be. Perhaps it'll be, you know, something that's maybe completely different, or maybe it could be even something similar. I do want to try to experiment with different games though. So you'll see exactly where we want to go as we continue. I've kind of come to terms now, though, that, you know, I once had a dream of, you know, being able to make it on YouTube, right? Like having enough subscribers, having enough viewers to be able to like make a living out of YouTube. But, you know, having done YouTube now for 6 years, I've kind of already came to terms with the fact that it's probably not gonna happen. So most of what I'm doing now is just kind of just doing YouTube as a way to kind of express my creative outlet. So this is more of like a way where I can just do things that I like and also make friends, right? Because I've made many friends from doing YouTube, right? Like if I didn't do YouTube, I wouldn't have met, you know, Josh or T-Man or John or like Nick, right? Like I wouldn't have my Discord server. Me and Sam, right? Like Samuel, because me and Sam used to be, or well, we still are. I don't know why I said used to be. Me and Sam are like became friends in middle school. I met him in middle school, and you know, perhaps doing this whole YouTube, you know, content creation helped to, I guess, like maybe in a sense, help me reconnect to Sam. So, you know, it's done quite a bit for me. I'm not going to deny that this is like, well, you know, I won't say that doing YouTube was like a waste of time, because it has brought me a lot of things. But what I will say though is that it's not something that I'll be able to make a living, even though that was a dream for me at some point. And the reason behind that is just because, you know, we're 6 years in now, right? And although we've managed to, this is my most successful YouTube channel. And the reason why I say that is because I tried making other YouTube channels in the past. Like before this Soaring Blossom channel, I tried making other channels when I was younger. You know, when I was like 10, 12, like 13, 14, I tried making all sorts of different YouTube channels, and none of them really gained any traction. Like the most I would get, okay, so I think the highest sub count that I was able to reach with a channel other than this one was 400, and that was with my very first attempt. This was back in, you know, like late elementary, early middle school days. So, you know, like expectations weren't really that high yet back in those days. But nowadays things have become a lot more saturated. You know, like you have to go the extra mile in order to make something that's, I suppose, like you have to go the extra mile to create something that stands out in the algorithm. So, yeah. Unfortunately, you know, I wish I kind of regret doing it, but I ended up deleting my first channel, and that first channel had I think it had over 300 videos on it. And I deleted every single one of those videos and then deleted the channel afterwards. And it kind of makes me sad because, you know, I want to kind of go back and watch where I came from, but I can't do that anymore. And I remember the content that I was making on that channel too. It was with, like, I was basically playing and recording games on my Nintendo Wii. And like, this is not with a capture card. I basically set the camera in the back of like my old room, and it would like record what's on the TV, and then you would also see me in front of the TV just doing like motion stuff. Like for example, if I was playing Wii Sports, you would just see me in front just like doing the motion controls. But what I recorded the most within that channel was, I believe it was Poke Park. Yeah, Poke Park, which is a kind of Pokemon game that's like more story based in a way. Like I don't know how to exactly describe it. Like the best way to kind of describe it is just to watch a video about it. But I played Poke Park 2, and I made so many videos about Poke Park 2. Not like guide videos or anything, but just gameplay videos of me just doing random things. Like, for example, beating up bosses, or exploring the map, or, you know, just these different, I guess, like, things that I just found fun. I think one of the videos also included a moment where I smacked my hand against the chair, because I had a chair in my room, and for some reason, you know, I was standing really close to it, and when I tried to execute like a motion control, I ended up swinging my hand full speed into like the top of the chair. And this is like a hardwood chair too, so you can imagine, you know, the amount of pain that like I experienced for the next couple minutes. It was I think it was the back of my hand. I just smacked the back of my hand on a hardwood chair at full speed, and it was on video. But we'll never get to see that because I can't recover any of those videos. And I mean, look, I deleted that channel probably 6, 7, I think even a decade ago I deleted it. So that was, it's kind of tough. But I did make other channels, and although I don't remember the name of any of those channels anymore, well, I remember some, but I'm not gonna tell you because I don't want you guys going around and searching out my old videos. But I remember one channel in particular, and I remember the name of it. I can search it up right now, and I'll be able to find the video in particular. And my voice sounds very high pitched. If you were to watch that video, you can get an idea of like where my voice came from. Because right now, you know, my voice is a lot deeper than it was back then. But I sounded, I mean, look, I sounded like an innocent kid because I was just trying to play Pokemon. That was my favorite game franchise back in the day. I would play all sorts of Pokemon. Man, it was just a fun experience. All right. Anyways, but yeah. So I guess, like, for anyone who's wondering, we're not gonna be leaving the YouTube channel anytime soon. Like, I know I just said, like, oh, you know, this is not like something that's gonna work out, but I'm doing it just as a way to express my creativity, as I said. So, like, I'll continue doing it, but eventually, if other obligations take over, then I probably won't be able to do it as much as I do now. Because right now, I'm pretty much, this time period that I'm in right now is the most experimental time that I have. So if anything, I should use this time right now to experiment with new content. But I mean, well, I am kind of experimenting with this whole series. But if I really wanted to make it work, this is like the time to try to make it work. But I already come to terms, and I've kind of already accepted those terms. So You know, maybe if things get better in the future, I'll probably shift my priorities. But for right now, I have just other priorities that I feel are more important than trying to make this YouTube work. So that's just kind of something that I wanted to talk about a little bit. So we're not leaving anytime soon. We're gonna continue being here, and I'm gonna try my best to get whatever content I want out. We haven't uploaded a video in a long time. You know, so when I was making videos, I just wanted to experiment to see how those like horror game videos that I recorded with Josh would perform. They did okay. Some of them did okay. The one that really popped off the most was that one video. I forgot the name of it. It was called Reflection. And okay, Reflection was like a puzzle type horror game where you had to like go around the map solving like these puzzles and such and to move on. Me and Josh had a bit of trouble with that. Particularly the maze parts. If you know me well, you know that I have a high level of dislike for mazes in horror games. Long mazes in particular, the ones that like take you 10 minutes to complete, those ones are just, man, it's because, you know, I go into the game and I'm having so much fun with the horror game, but as soon as I see a maze, and if the longer I get stuck in that maze, the less enjoyment I feel for the rest of the game. Like, for example, if there's like a maze in the middle of the game, after I finish that maze and I get tired of it, then the rest of the chapter or whatever the map is, I'm probably just not gonna have as much fun because I spent so much of my, I guess, like mental energy to complete that maze. So that's one of the reasons why I don't like mazes in horror games, just because it uses up so much mental energy because I have to basically know what route I took and where it leads, right? Because if you take the same route every time, you're just going to end up at like the same dead end. So I'm going to keep track of all that. Now for mazes, there is a rule that you can use called the right hand rule. I think it's the right hand rule, where you basically hug the wall to your right and you just continue going down that path. You just keep hugging right, and eventually, logically, if you keep hugging right, you'll eventually find the exit. It's not the most efficient method, but it's something that I believe is guaranteed to work. If you just continue following the right side, you'll eventually either you'll find the exit or you'll eventually pass through the entire maze. So right hand rule, just for anyone who wants to clear mazes. And like, so if you don't want to search for the exit, just use the right hand rule. It might take you about three to 5 times longer than actually just running around, but you're guaranteed to find the exit if you use the right hand rule. BGM sent me a DM here for the toxic cave, like a new sound effect. I'm gonna play this. I mean, it's just like, or not a sound effect, but it's just an OST. Ooh, that's really good. The whole rock aspect to it, that's pretty good. I like that. Read the name. Furious Wasteland. Oh, okay. I see what this is for. This is really good. Like this feels like an actual fight theme. I like it. That's awesome. Let's see, this is stage 1. Okay. This one's good too. I'm not an expert in music theory, but based on these two, they're pretty good. Like stage 1 is kind of like a build up, and then stage 2 gets more intense, which is, which makes sense because, like stage 2 is supposed to be like, I guess in a way the harder like stage. So having that music be more intense just makes sense, and it is. So nice work, BGM. That was awesome. I don't know if you guys heard that on stream, but if you did, I think it sounds pretty cool. Making music is definitely not an easy task because I feel like nowadays making original music is pretty difficult since every kind of rhythm exists in one way, shape, or form. So like trying to make something that's completely original is just like a daunting task. Because someone might listen to it and just say, oh, this sounds pretty similar to this, or this sounds pretty similar to that. And it just like everything kind of in music, it feels like everything is a reference to something else in a way. One thing is a reference to something else, and then that just keeps like going down the rabbit hole in a way. Like you start with like this original piece, and then another music piece comes out that's like that references some parts of it, and then that reference music piece has another music piece that references that piece. It just keeps going down this like this giant rabbit hole of like people using other music to make their, like people referencing other music to make their music. So it's like a reference of a reference of a reference, if that makes any sense. I do like rock music though, so I think rock is like a good way to give attention to like intense like boss stages. I don't know, like there's a lot of things that can be intense, but rock definitely brings out that intensity. Just gotta make sure. Let me get my curse enhancement here. There we go. I need to. I was a little bit late on the interaction, so I decided to use cursed. There we go. Alright, we got about 10 minutes, T-Man, before we switch into the Duality Reaper. It's probably enough time for like 9 more Zaz, 8 or 9 more. We got a lot of players here. Fantastic. Oh, this server is actually kind of full now that I look at it. Wow. I suppose floor 11 is one of those popular floors in a way. I would imagine more people are on. I guess like, well, I guess like there's a lot of people on the tribute floors. Like any floor that has a tribute on it, you're most likely to see people on there. The only reason why like floor 1 has a lot of players on there sometimes is just because there's new players. Swordburst 2 is probably still getting new players every day. Maybe like 1 or 2 new players. I don't imagine that floor 2 has that many players on it, because floor 2 is basically just for like new players to, like, you know, after they beat floor 1 they go to floor 2. And floor 2 I don't think has any tribute, so there's no reason for like high level players to be on floor 2. Unless they want like a specific drop, but not exactly sure. Let's see, Analia, welcome to the stream. About 7 minutes, 7.5 minutes, and then we'll switch over to duality. Seems like a lot of the Flora, like the Flora 11 theme, at least, well, a lot of the colors like to combine, like this kind of pink, purple, and green. Because I noticed this like with Za, and there's also Duality Reaper that follows the same like color scheme. I think Saurus's boss room is more blue themed. Because like Za has green hands, like a green arm, green bottom, and then his torso and back are purple. Pinkish purple. It's not exactly like complete purple. Almost an hour in. I don't remember what level we started with. We might have started with level like 257 or 258. Leveling right now is just not great. Other than like Saurus. Saurus is the best EXP source on this floor by a mile. Like you know, trying to farm at Trio, Za, and Valley Reaper, they're okay, but they don't give more than 10,000 EXP. So, for example, Za gives 6,000. Duality gives 5,000. And then if you add up the trio, it basically goes up to like 10,000 on the trio. Saurus is a very big jump. We don't have Saurus in our database because we never beat him yet, but Saurus is 35,000 EXP per kill. Now, the only reason why Saurus, the only downside to Saurus is just his respawn time. Because these mini bosses have a respawn time of about 45 seconds, while Saurus's respawn time is 1 minute and 30 seconds, which is 2 times longer than these guys. But Saurus is still very much worth it, because even if you take, you know, even if you multiply these EXP by 2, you know, for example, Za, right? 6,000 EXP multiplied by 2 is 12,000. For Duality Reaper, 5,000 times 2 is 10,000. But 12,000 and 10,000 are still quite a ways away from 35,000, which is why Saurus is just that good of an EXP sourcing. It's a massive jump, but we're not going to Saurus until I get everything else. Saurus will be just like the last cherry on top. So for example, when we get everything, and let's say there's like 2 hours of the stream left, then we'll just go to Saurus, farm the 2 hours, and then move on to floor 12 after that. Because if I don't move on to floor 12, then I'm gonna have to delete a weapon or delete some kind of item from my inventory. So we'll see. Right now, we're still struggling to get the drops that we need, just because of these drop chances. But we're trying our best. Not trying to get discouraged here, because I understand that Swordburst 2 grinding is, well, it's a grind for a reason. So we're just gonna have to stick with it. So 1,035 val. Almost at 260. Once we get to floor 12, I think that's when our EXP will kind of skyrocket, I guess. Particularly at Atheon. Atheon will, if we manage to beat Atheon, our EXP and our level will go up tremendously. But trying to beat Atheon, at least right now, is pretty much impossible with the gear that I have. I think in order to be Atheon, I'm probably going to have to get maybe like a legendary from Unborn and max that out, while also maxing out maybe like an armor as well from floor 12. Because the problem with Atheon is that he has a lot of health, and if there's a lot of players at Atheon, it's very easy to beat him. But sometimes if there's too many players, trying to get credit is really difficult if you have low damage. But if you have less people, beating him will take a long time. So there has to be like a balance of players, because you don't want to have too many where you don't get credit, and you don't have too little to where you can get credit but you're not beating him fast. And I think it's better to try to get the drop rather than not get the drop. Or at least like it's better to beat Atheon rather than not. So that's why I think it's better to have more people than less people. Because with more people you can try to adjust. There's some adjustments you make. You can even try being the lurer, like the person who brings Atheon to the players in the back. Because when you're the person who lures, you basically get to do free damage up there while you're luring him back. Alright, we are at 1 hour, so we'll go ahead and switch to Duality Reaper. Yeah, I think before we move on to Atheon, I'm going to probably get a maxed out Unborn Legendary, or even just like another type of legendary, like one from Warlord or one from a radioactive experiment, or even one from Hunter. Warlord, from what I heard from Coco, is probably a good source of EXP. So Also, I just thought about it, but yeah, we won't be able to do the perfect 400 on this account. It's not going to be possible. We can do the perfect 400. We did the perfect 400 on my main account, but it's not going to be possible here because, like, or in order to pull that off, I would have to visit lower floors. Do I want to do that? To do the perfect 400 and like have to delete weapons in the end? Is that a risk that I'm willing to take? It depends. Well, I mean, we'll cross that line when we get there. And we'll see. Duality still does a bunch of damage. Alright, but we are level 260 now, which is good. Get Rose Point here. We never have to come back to Duality Reaper again. At least I don't think there's any other reason to come back here. Yeah, like Rose Point Digitalizer. You can also, I mean, you can also get, you know, these over here. The site that he's using, and also Pendulum as well. But I don't know, they're not all that applicable to me. And I think, yeah, this is Ragnarok. So this is the Photon Scythe, Ragnarok, Nairu's Pendulum, Digitalizer, Rose Point. There's quite a few items from Duality Reaper. And then Diamond Chest just drops a bunch of tributes. Tributes? Now I think about it. Let me search up a tribute. Let's say, you know, maybe let's go Pink Sacred Piercer. How much damage does it do? Pink Sacred Piercer is a level 250 tribute. Drops from all mobs / chests. And it does 6,000 damage at clean. 20 or 12,000 at max. So that means that if we get a tribute here, we'll be able to deal more damage than the redemption. Because redemption is only 5,000 damage at clean. And every single one of these enemies that we're like fighting right now drop a tribute. I think the only enemy that does not drop a tribute is Saurus, because bosses don't drop tributes anymore. So every one of these mini bosses, these enemies, even the trio, we can end up getting a tribute for. And having that tribute will help us tremendously. But it is a very low chance to get that tribute. Now, I did get my first tribute. Well, my first drop tribute from floor 11 here. I think I got a Golden Sacred Piercer. And the reason why I say drop tribute is because the very first tribute that I got was the Rainbow Rusty Rapier. But the Rainbow Rusty Rapier is not a drop. It's 100%, you know, like drop rate. So it was more of a test of patience, if anything. Because I mean, I had to sit there 7 hours to get that Rainbow Rusty Rapier. You can ask Coco about that experience, because me and him were farming for it. It was just ridiculous. And then a second variant came out, being the spoon, which I didn't participate in because I was not I don't think I was home at the time. I was on vacation when this spoon came out. So I wouldn't have been able to get it anyways. Are there any drops that you're hoping to get, T-Man, from floor 11? Any any particular legendary drop or tribute? Anything that tickles your fancy? Not really. That's fair enough. Once we get to floor 12, I need some. Okay. Yeah, like floor 12 will have a lot of resources for us to farm, so I don't have any doubt in us being able to get the ones that we need. Hyper slicer. I mean, at least I get a chance to dismantle all of these drops later. I remember my main account having rows and rows of hyper slicers. Reaper does have pretty cool arms, though. I do like the kind of robotic design on the arms, or like the kind of mechanical design. It's a pretty nice touch. Might seem like a strange question, but I wonder what exactly the duality of the Reaper is. Because duality, I believe, means the quality of having like two different parts or two different elements. Which, I mean, I assume that the two different elements are, you know, the pink and the green. But what do those pink and green represent? That's what I like to figure out. Common. just wanted to check the stat menu, see if the gifts are still here. They are still here. I don't know if these gifts will ever disappear. They're always gonna be here. It's probably because we're still waiting on gift of puzzles to come out, which is probably why the menu is still there. But I don't think anyone really has that much interest in gift of puzzles anymore. I know, when the gift of puzzles was being talked about, everyone was ready to get like in on it, to see what the puzzle was. Now it's been months since the gift of puzzles was talked about, and I don't think anyone really has their eyes on it anymore. Like, from what I've heard, it's going to be like a permanent addition to the game, so we'll be able to get it eventually when it gets added, but I don't know. I mean, we'll just have to keep waiting to see when it gets added, because I myself am excited to see what it is, because I do like solving puzzles. And it was made, I mean, I think BGM said that he and Phoenix made the gift of puzzles, so I'm curious as to what kind of puzzle it is, based on the things that I saw, in Crystal Collection. With because BGM I think did some puzzle related stuff, or just some mystery stuff in Crystal Collection. It's gonna be an interesting kind of approach, because I think BGM does do pretty good puzzles. So it'll be exciting to see, what kind of puzzle they have cooking up in the back. Saberblade. It's kind of funny how, like, these mini bosses, like, because of the way they're animated, they basically fidget every time they move. So it just seems like the Duality Reaper just swings his arm recklessly. And it's probably mostly due to the fact that, like, they can push us. I think we'd be able to see the animation a little bit more smoothly if these enemies, like, didn't necessarily push us. But I think pushing is part of the game, because it prevents AFKing in a way. For example, if I were to bring my main account here to farm Duality Reaper, I probably wouldn't be able to do it, because Duality Reaper would likely push my avatar or character all the way to the back here, and then that would not be good. Not mean to die there. Oops. I was watching my health, but yeah. So Coco mentioned something about, like, the enemy approach system in World Zero, or, like, I believe in World Zero, the enemies, like, they go into you, or, like, they run towards you, but they don't necessarily push you. So they basically run, towards you, and then they stop when they're right next to you, so they don't necessarily push you. And I think like Deepoken also does that too. I noticed that specifically with like Sharko, with Thresher. Like these enemies just typically approach you, but they don't push you. They just kind of get next to you, so that you know they're within range of like hitting you, right? So. I think they're like it is definitely possible to code something like that in Swordburst 2, but it might be a slightly difficult. I guess if I were to do something about it, I would probably, you know, maybe like make an extended hitbox for the player, and then when the enemy collides with the hitbox, they'll stop and then they'll start attacking. And then if the player pulls out of that hitbox, the enemy will approach again and then stop as soon as they make contact with the hitbox. And you can even have like enemy, because they do this in Deepoken as well, where like if you get too close to an enemy, they'll start to kind of back up. Grab the checkpoint. Oh yeah, you're right, I should grab it. This is particularly with like the angels that I've seen in like the Trial of One, where like when I try to do a crit attack, they will back up so that, you know, they don't get hit by it. And then after like I miss, they'll just run back in. So it's quite interesting. Alright, we're at an hour and 20 minutes here. So about 40 minutes and then we'll switch over to the trio. Made it back. I'm coming to boss level 300 plus. Wow. Oh, this is a player that we've seen before, or at least I've seen this username before. Oh boy, he's after me. Wow. Okay, he was just targeting me. The AI of these enemies are pretty high. And this is something that I mentioned earlier, I think as well, where once like they'll basically track the player with like the lowest health, and they'll keep going after them until there's like a strong enough pull to like get them away. Because like you can clearly see that T-Man was like attacking, from behind, but it wouldn't swap aggro the team in. So that's something that I noticed specifically here on floor 11. I don't know if that happens on lower floors, but it's the first floor that I noticed it happening back then. So I think back when like trio was the strongest, were the strongest enemies in the game. Like every time a player would be low health, whether it was me or some other player, the trio would just go after, and they would chase. They would chase that player around the entire map until someone else pulled aggro. And it was kind of funny to see. I know like Saurus and Atheon do it though. Like I've noticed Atheon do it before, where he just goes after the lowest health players. It's kind of funny. Alright, let's do this. I'm gonna put up my shield a little early this time just to make sure it doesn't happen. If I get low health, yeah, there we go. Then we'll just back up as soon as we get a credit. I have to play a little bit more cautious this time because even though the checkpoint is like right there, it still does take a minute or two to get back, so yeah. Thinking. Maybe this might sound a little superstitious, sorry. Messed up the pronunciation on that. But I wonder if like there's like this little sweet spot in every like boss area. Like for example, you know, there's like this one particular spot or maybe like one particular tile in here where like the drop chance just dramatically increases. For example, maybe it's this specific tile right here that I stand on, and my drop chance goes from, you know, 0.125% to like 5% or something. It'd be kind of funny if that was a thing, but I doubt that they have something like that in this game. I would probably like I think if I were to make my own RPG game like this, I would probably sneak in a sweet spot somewhere, and then once people find out about it, I would probably move it to somewhere else, just to keep people on their toes. the code would probably go something like this: like if player is standing on like this exact position, because you can make coordinates in Roblox Studio in this exact position, and also gets a kill, then drop chance would like go up or something. Because there has to be a way to manipulate the drop chance. Since you know the game does have a boost system, and the boost system gives you a 3 times drop chance. So there's definitely some kind of code to manipulate the drop chance in there. So that's probably, you can combine that with like coordinates to make a lucky spot. Go. Next duality Reaper up. $17.52 Vel. And we're also 1.5 hours into. So another half hour to go with our little friend here, the duality Reaper. I would say we became friends. I mean, after tirelessly defeating him this much, I doubt he has really much more to give. Let me just take a look at this to see how many kills that we've gotten. Okay, so far we've gotten a total of 141 kills on Duality Reaper. And then on Za, 147. So it's pretty even. And then if we take a look at Ka, Da, and Ra, so Da has 215, Ka has 215, and Ra has 222. Okay, we have more kills on Ra than anything. The only reason why these are like double is because we spend two times the amount of time on the trio than we do with Duality Reaper and Za. Because here we spend 1 hour, and then trio we do 2 because there's more of the trio, so it makes more sense to spawn or to stay there a bit longer, since there's more to get over there. Uncommon upgrade crystal. Also, just a quick note, I guess, for anyone who, just like, you know, if you guys ever see that my stream, like, just abruptly end, or something, or basically my stream just cuts off, either one of two things happen. Either my stream disconnected, and I have to reload it, or my power went out. It's either one of those two, because, you know, right now it's summer, everyone's using up electricity, everyone's using up their ACs and stuff, and then eventually when you push it to the limit, like, you know, this is including like yourself and also your neighbors too. If when you push it to the limit, it'll cause like a short blackout, like a 1 second blackout where it'll snap the power and then come back on immediately. So those are the two things. So just a warning for everyone here watching. I hope that YouTube doesn't end my stream though. Like for the disconnection, I can easily just get it back without YouTube ending it. But for the blackout, I'm not sure. If I have a short blackout and YouTube ends the stream, then I'm gonna have to do like a two-parter, which I typically don't like doing. But if it comes down to it, we'll have to do it that way. Should I upgrade crystal? Alrighty, more duality Reaper. Taking a lot of damage there. I was looking at something else. $764.
Computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
Sometimes I look at the Roblox chat and just it's just out of context. Like Roblox chat is always funny. Unless you see like there's just it's just completely blank. And all of a sudden yee. A question mark. Oh man. It's too good. You know, it's never a dull day in Roblox chat. I think the most, well, I wouldn't really say it's out of context, but I guess the weirdest Roblox chat that you'll probably see is probably in those roleplay games. Because I mean, you know, everyone's doing their little role play, so you'll probably end up seeing some weird stuff in there. But outside of roleplay games, where else do you see weird chat rooms? I guess like maybe in Hangouts. There are Hangout games on Roblox. They're not necessarily roleplay. They're just there for people to just come in and, you know, chat up about some things. That's probably where you also see some strange things. Not necessarily unhinged, but like, I don't know, I've had my fair share of strange chat messages like here and there. There's also a thing like on Roblox where you can't delete, well, you can, but like you can't permanently delete stuff off of your like account. For example, like if you have a place, right, like a developer place that you made, and you make like a new place, you can't delete that place later on. Like Roblox won't let you clear it off, and it's probably for the best because, like, you know, let's say someone gets access to like your Roblox account and you have like a big developed game on there. It probably wouldn't be good if like someone could just delete the entire game off of your studio. So that's probably a safety feature to make sure that people don't delete a whole game. But sometimes I want to get rid of some of the games that I've made because I don't know, like they were just kind of projects that I decided to do, and all these projects just ended up failing, so I just want to get rid of them. Another thing I want to get rid of is also the messages, because I used to send people Roblox messages back in the day, and I don't. I look back at some of these messages that I sent to people, like in their Roblox inbox, and I just kind of wonder to myself, what was I going through at the time? Because some of these messages are not normal. Like, for example, I sent a message to one of my friends that said that was like an advertising message. They're like, oh, hi there, username. I'm in an awesome group called this, and I saw you playing this game. Would you like to join? It looks like one of those scam bot messages. I can never delete these, no matter how awful they are. Well, I mean, like, there's not. Okay, let me get this straight. It's not like anything like awful. It's just like cringe is the best word for it. Like awful cringe. Is what I'm trying to say. Like, you know, it's basically stuff that I wouldn't read. My messages are cringe too. Did you used to send people like Roblox inbox messages? Let's see, not the inbox ones, the chat ones. Oh, okay. Yeah, the chat ones were pretty interesting. I have my chat disabled, so no one can message me. And the reason is because some people would just send me messages. And like, and sometimes like, so this is before I purged my friends list. I had like people on my friends list that I didn't know, and they would just message me through the Roblox chat feature. And I don't know who they are, so it's hard for me to respond genuinely, because like I don't know. I don't know. It's hard to describe. Let's see what people are playing on my friends list today. Taking a look at our friends list here. We got Coco is playing Fruits Battlegrounds. That's pretty interesting. Sam is playing Grass Cutting. that sounds a lot like a Sam type of game. Dragon is playing Theme Park Tycoon 2. Theme Park Tycoon 2, I remember that game. Man, Theme Park Tycoon 2 was such a fun game. Like it was one of the only few games where I invested a lot of time into making like a good theme park. And I would say that, you know, my theme park came out pretty well. It's not necessarily, well, my theme park never hit 5 stars. It was always 4.5 stars. And the reason for that is because I didn't have enough environments in there. So basically, like, to get your park to 5 stars, you have to like have a combination of like rides, you know, like build quality and such. And you also have to have a lot of like nature, like trees, and all that. And I don't think my map had enough trees, so I had to try to find a way to stuff a bunch of trees into my theme park, which, because of the way that I built my theme park, it was hard to get trees in there per se. I don't know how to exactly phrase that, but yeah, it was hard to get trees to be built in there. But I wouldn't, like, you know, maybe I'll revisit my theme park one day. Not today, but I'll revisit my theme park and see if I can make it 5 stars. Finally achieve my dream of getting a 5-star theme park. Like, another game that I invested a lot of time into as well was Restaurant Tycoon. Not Restaurant Tycoon 2, but the original Restaurant Tycoon. The first one. But I think I put a lot of time into that one as well. I actually built out my restaurant quite well, and I think we're hovering in like the 4 to 5 star range, I think, in Restaurant Tycoon. So, pretty good. I don't like the new Restaurant Tycoon though, even though it is more refined. But Restaurant Tycoon 2 was like, I don't know. It just, I think it was just consumed by like the Roblox event that it no longer became as fun for me. I don't know how to put it, but it's not the best way of describing it, but I don't know. I just enjoyed the original for Restaurant Tycoon. And there's even I mean, like, well, yeah. I don't play that many tycoons, because I never really liked them. But like back then, you know, like I never really liked the whole tycoon kind of gameplay, because the way that I viewed it, it was just like mostly starting your base and then you just get these upgrades and you just keep upgrading your base, and then when you leave the game, all your progress that you made just dies off. The only reason why I like Restaurant Tycoon and Theme Park Tycoon was because it was actually kind of fun to build up everything. Like it's not one of those like one and done games where you play it once, you build up your base once, and then you never play it again. Like Theme Park Tycoon 2 was one of those games where I played it for a day, got really hooked into it, and came back again for like a week. And then I don't know, I just had a really fun time with it. Have you played Theme Park Tycoon 2, T-Man? I feel like I've seen... There was definitely someone who played Theme Park Tycoon 2. Maybe once? Okay. I think it was Josh. I don't know. It was either you or Josh that was playing like Theme Park Tycoon 2, because I remember there was someone who had a really great theme park build, but I don't remember who it was. It's kind of like a my memory's getting a bit blurry here, but I don't know. It was pretty solid. One of my close friends actually, the person, my character artist, Mark Draws, I used to play Theme Park Tycoon with him, actually, and his theme park, he built a whole like Disney castle in the back. Like, well, it's not like not a Disney castle, but like he built like a whole castle in the back, like from the ground up, built like a whole castle in the back, and his theme park actually managed to hit 5 stars, which is quite impressive. I mean, he put a lot of work into there. Also, one way to get your park to go from like 5 stars to 1 star is to trap the visitors in there. So the thing is, the visitors can only move on pathed ground. So like if you take away like the ground, then they can't like exit the park, and when they can't exit the park, they give you a bad review. So if you have like 500 people just stuffed in your park, they'll just start review bombing your theme park. And then as soon as you let them go, they'll they'll bring it back up. It was probably I didn't have a computer, so I couldn't play it. Dang. You know, dude, like, man, I remember when Josh was like the mobile player. You know, like, dude, do you remember that era, T-Man? When Josh was just known as like the guy who's just good at playing Roblox on mobile, and now Josh is just normal. he's just a normal Roblox PC gamer now. I completely forgot about that era, but his Roblox mobile gaming skills were pretty top notch, if you ask me. I was like that for a while too. Oh yeah, that's right. I remember. Yeah, like you were mobile for a time too. I had a lot of mobile. I think I had like 3 or 4 mobile viewers or mobile players, which was pretty interesting because you know like I've played mobile Roblox before, and I I just can't play Roblox on a mobile device. It just was not intuitive enough for me. Like using the keyboard and mouse is just standard. Having to like use the touch screen to like do stuff was just not, I guess, like it just wasn't normal to me. At least to play Roblox, it was not normal, so that's why. Like, I was just more used to PC. Like the only time I play games on mobile is when I'm, you know, when I play actual mobile games, like games that are optimized for mobile. Funny enough, I actually played Honkai Star Rail on mobile. Like the first time I played Honkai Star Rail, I played it on mobile. I didn't even start it up on a PC. I started it up on my phone, and it was very laggy. But I had a fun experience with it. Yeah, I liked it. But nowadays, like, I don't really play that many mobile games. I only play one mobile game. And it's a mobile game that I played back in 2017 called Soccer Spirits. Soccer Spirits is basically like a gacha card collecting anime soccer game where, like, you know, you get these characters that have like special abilities and you play soccer with them. It's not like it's not a action game. It's more of like a strategy game. Think of it like Hexaria, right? Hexaria, like you have your unit and your units have like one attack, and you have to like build up your team. That like it's not like a soccer game where you get to move your character and like shoot the ball or something. It's not like Super Striker League or any other soccer game that you see. It's basically like you get 11 slots. You put in 11 characters. Each of those characters has an ability, and you're basically fighting other people who have like also teams, who also have built teams, and then whoever's team has more synergy, basically wins the match. It's very hard to explain in words. The only way to really understand what Soccer Spirits is if you like watch it visually, and then you'll get an idea of what it is. But I don't recommend anyone play Soccer Spirits because the game is long gone. It doesn't receive any more major updates. I think it stopped updating in 2020, like 2020. So it's no longer getting any updates. The reason why I play is just because I'm trying to build the strongest team that I can. There's still people playing Soccer Spirits to this day. Like, I think the community there is probably like around 200 to 300 players just playing the game. And for me, like, you know, because there's not a lot of people playing nowadays, like my ranking in the game is pretty high. I mean, like, I'm like ranked number 50 global. Like, yeah, I'm like ranked 50 global. So I want to try to get to rank 1. But team building in Soccer Spirits is very time consuming, and not time consuming in the sense that like you're gonna have to spend a lot of time to build the team like in a day. I'm talking about like there's only so much that you can do in that one day. Um, it's like, so think of it like Genshin and resin, right? You don't have an infinite amount of resin, so that means that, like, for example, if you're trying to get artifacts, you can only get so many artifacts in one day because you have to, you know, you have resin and you can't spend, like, you don't have enough resin to get a bunch of artifacts, so you can only do so much in one day. The same thing applies to soccer spirits, but instead of like stamina, it's more of the amount of attempts that you can put into the I guess the match. So for example, like, some matches will only let you play them 5 times a day, and once you do your 5 times, you have to wait until the next day to do them again. So you're pretty much limited on the amount of attempts you can do. So for me to fully build a character in Soccer Spirits, like from 0 all the way up to like from 0 all the way up to like a strong unit, I have to spend at least, if I'm playing every day, then 2 to 3 weeks to fully build up a character. If it's, so the game has different rarities as well. There's N, which is the lowest rarity. N is basically like a 3-star, right? Then you have R. R is your, well, okay, think of it like this. So N is your 2-star, R is your 3-star, SR is your 4-star, and L is your 5-star. So, you know, you got your N, which is like normal, R rare, SR super rare, and then L is legendary. And no one uses R or N players. Everyone either uses SRs or legendaries. And SR players are pretty easy to build. Like, you can build an SR player from 0 all the way up to max within like 3 to 4 days. But to build a legendary player, you have to spend at least like the 2 to 3 week cycle to build that character max. The good thing though is that the gacha is a little bit more lenient. So there's this thing called, so there's 2 different types of, I guess what you can say, banners. There's the standard banner, and then there's the custom banner. The custom banner basically lets you choose what character you want to get from the banner. Like, for example, let's say you want to get a specific legendary player, you would select that legendary player, and then it would basically have a pity. So like there would be a pity at the bottom. So, like, you know, if you don't get it within this amount of rolls, then you'll eventually get it when you hit the pity. And these 2 banners use different types of tickets. You have like normal tickets, the standard tickets, and then you have the custom tickets. Custom tickets you can only get through events, and then the normal tickets you can get through just doing like normal tasks and stuff. The good thing about like the whole wishing, the whole rolling aspect of it, is that you have dailies that you can do in Soccer Spirits, and when you finish your dailies, you get a free 11 pull, which is basically a 10 pull, but you get a bonus. You get 11 pull. So, and it's an 11 pull on the standard banner, not the custom banner, because otherwise it would be way too OP. So you get a free 11 pull every day when you complete your dailies from the standard banner. And sometimes you get lucky and you get a legendary, and then sometimes you don't get lucky and then you just get some random NNR players. But every time you do an 11 pull, you get a free SR, guaranteed. So it's like for example when you roll in Genshin or in Honkai Star Rail or Wuthering Waves, where when you do a 10 pull, you're guaranteed to get like a 4-star something, whether that's like a 4-star character, a 4-star weapon, or like something else. But yeah, I think that's as much as I'm gonna explain. I don't want to, bore you guys out with the whole Soccer Spirits explanation, but just to sum it all up, Soccer Spirits is just a gacha strategy anime soccer game that I like to play on my off time. I only play it for about like an hour or two a day because, again, the game gives you restrictions on how many times you can play like a certain map or like a certain match. So basically, I can't do everything. And I already finished a lot of the game. So like I have in every story, so there's like a story mode. There's 3 stars that you can get. 1 star for beating the map, I think, or no, hold on. One star for something. I forgot what it was. I think it was like, well, 1 star for okay, well, I can't remember right now, but 1 star for beating the map, I guess. 1 star for beating the map within a certain time. Like if you beat the map within like 1 minute or like 2 minutes, and then 1 for using the shoot skill, because some characters are, each character has like a specific type. So there's like defenders, goalies, strikers. Strikers are the ones with the shoot skill. You have to use the shoot skill 10 times in 10 matches to get like that 1 star. So today I finished every single map with 3 stars. It is a tiring process to go through 10 matches and use the shoot skill 10 times. I think it took me I think it took me over a year to clear all those maps with 3 stars. Because I started playing again like a year or 2 ago, and I've been playing Soccer Spirits every day since. So. All right, but that's enough talking about Soccer Spirits. I'm gonna just move on and change topics here, because again, this is just something that I've just been doing, and I don't want to go into too much detail. Otherwise, I'm just gonna go on a whole tangent about it, like I did a couple minutes ago, and that can get pretty boring. So, anyways, next topic we're gonna talk about here is let's talk about I don't know, honestly. I don't know what to talk about. I'll think of something in a minute. What to discuss? I don't know. really don't know, to be honest with you. You got any topics, T-Man? Because I've kind of ran out at this point. Yo, Ra got way out there. Okay.
Every core computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
Water. Sure, we can talk about water. Okay. It's pretty cool. It is pretty cool. So, I guess how do you consume your water? Like, are you drinking like tap water or like water bottle, or do you have like a water machine? Good thought. I got a metal bottle. Oh, you got a hydro flask? And I use water from my fridge. Okay. Epic. I got an off-brand cheap one. Okay. Oh, you know, at least it's something. That's pretty good. Yeah. So it's always good to stay hydrated. I have like one of those water machines, like, you know, the ones where you press the buttons. Like the blue button is cold water, the red button is like hot water and stuff. And then like I think it's like I don't know how to exactly describe it, but or let me get the official name for it, for that water machine. I don't think it's called a water machine. It's probably called like a water dispenser or something. Yeah, it's called a water dispenser. But if I don't have my water dispenser, I would just drink from bottled water. Because I don't drink tap water like the one from the sink. Because I feel like tap water is different from like drinking water. Even though I think it's safe to drink tap water, but I just reserve tap water for like other things like hand washing or dishwashing and all that. Overall, though, water is good, though. You know, it's always important to stay hydrated. You know, you guys are. Make sure you guys stay hydrated. That's just something important. That's an important message. Yeah, like for me personally, over these last like couple of years, I haven't really been consuming like too many things outside of water. Like occasionally, you know, I drink like maybe like a fruit juice or something, but it's like a natural fruit juice, like the ones that you make at home, like not the ones that you buy at the store. Other than that, yeah, I don't really drink anything else. Like I've really dropped off on like Like I remember I used to consume a lot of like soda and energy drinks like Gatorade back in the day, but I stopped doing that because like they have a lot of I think they have like a lot of caffeine in there and a lot of sugar as well. So, you know, I don't think it's good to consume that much sugar. So I just kind of dropped off those things and just stuck to water because water is healthy. Yeah. Got me some Taco Bell. Nice. What did you order? Doritos, Locos Tacos. You know, I heard that was like one of the more popular options. I always get the same thing from every place I order, never change it. Well, that's good, you know, it's always good to be consistent. I don't think the food is consistent though. Like some days, I don't know about you, T, man, but some days like it comes out good, and some days it's kind of mid. I don't know. I remember I ordered from Jack in the Box once, and I always ordered like this bacon cheeseburger. One day when I was ordering, or well actually after I ordered and I ate it, it had like this weird aftertaste. I don't know what it was. There was this strange aftertaste. You know, that was not normal. Which is probably a problem. But I still ate the whole thing. So I don't know. But ever since like that order, everything else has been pretty normal. It was just that one time. And then there are those times that they completely get your order wrong. I remember that there was like, I think I forgot where it was. I think I ordered this one burger from Carl's Jr. I think for you guys on the East Coast, it might be called Hardee's. But it was like this Western bacon cheeseburger with like barbecue sauce and like onion rings. I didn't want the onion rings that day, so I was like, all right. So I specifically put in the order, don't put the onion rings in there. And you know what? I came in, and there were onion rings in there. Now, like I'm like I can eat onion rings. It's all right. Like I don't mind the onion rings. I just didn't want them that day. I just wasn't feeling the onion rings. But they put it in there anyways. So it happens. You know, okay, moving on to the topic of fast food though, I remember, so this is back when like I used to get like the Happy Meal and stuff, and they would come with like the little toys and stuff. I think I don't remember how old I was. I think I might have been like 8 or 9. Maybe that's a bit old for a Happy Meal, but like so they were doing this like Star Wars promotion where they were giving out like these like lightsabers, right, as the twins, and I wanted the blue one because I was like an Anakin Skywalker fanboy back in the day. I wanted the blue lightsaber. They gave me the green one, and I went up and like I went up to the counter. And I was like, "Yo, can I have a blue one?" And then they're like, "Sure, this is our last one." And then there was another kid behind me that wanted to trade his lightsaber for a blue one too. And remember, I had the last blue lightsaber. What did I do? I walked out with my blue lightsaber. I never looked back. if I saw that, that would be my villain origin story. Hey man, look, I wanted my blue lightsaber and I got it. Alright, like, look, they just lucked out. All right, so you know, I just happened to hit the RNG that day. But yeah, that was one of the few Happy Meal moments that I remember. And then, man, your story here. They always gave me the girl toy, always. Oh man, I remember those times. Yeah, sometimes they would give me. Okay, I don't know what it was. I think it was because like back then I had a. I don't know, dude. So sometimes like whenever I'm talking to people on the phone, when I'm talking to. So there was this one time where I was talking on customer service, right? I was getting a customer service. I was requesting customer service for like something. I think it was like internet or something, and like they addressed me as like ma'am, and I was like, and I didn't have the, I was too lazy to correct them, so I just went with it. It's probably because I sounded feminine on the phone or something. So nowadays, every time I talk to someone on the phone, I put a deeper voice, cause like, you know, cause I don't want to go through that experience. There's nothing wrong with it, cause you know they probably just assumed based on like the way my voice sounded, but like, it was kind of funny. But yeah, that was just that was an experience. But yeah, but relating that to like the Happy Meal and stuff, because usually I was the one who was ordering. Like, you know, I would pop out the back window, like the you know, the when in a car there's like 4 seats, I would pop out of the back window and just start ordering, and they probably assumed that I had like a feminine voice, and that's why they went with the decision they did. I was like, okay, whatever. Do they still do it though? Is the hammer always is still a thing? Hey, it is still a thing, dude. That's crazy. Parents ordered for me, they just gave me the wrong one. Well, like, I think it's like, they just had to assume. Unless your parents like specifically specified like the type of like toy, like if it was like, you know, a boy or a girl's toy. I think like unless you specifically specify it, I think they'll just RNG. You gotta have, you know, they ask gender. Actually, they do. Yeah, I now remember, but they still got it wrong. Dude, you're just getting trolled. McDonald's was out to get you on that one. Oh man, it's too funny. Do you remember what your favorite was? I see you. Ronald McDonald on the street. You better watch out. Dang. Because I can't. I'm trying to think of like what my favorite like Happy Meal toy was back in the day, but I don't remember exactly which one I liked the best. Because this was like a decade ago, like a decade and a half ago, I would say. It's been way too long, yeah. I don't know. I think like the only one that I can vividly remember. You know what? I'll just say it's the lightsaber one. The lightsaber story that I mentioned earlier. Let's just go with that one as being my top one. The fact that I just walked out with the last blue lightsaber is just like that's just a tale to remember. Did you ever do like I guess like extra studies? Like I know there's like these oh wait, Timo, do you know what like Kumon is? Have you ever heard of Kumon? The that like I don't know. It's okay, hold on. Let me see if I can find exactly what it is. Oh, those learning centers, like those after school like learning centers, where like you know like where you learn like math and stuff. It's like I guess like giving you an extra boost in like school. Like it's basically learning outside of school. Not a day in my life. Dang, you're just too smart. Too big brain. Yo, we got summon pistol first. Let's go. No way. No way we managed to pull off a summon pistol. I even forgot what button I pressed for summon pistol. I'm just gonna put it as 4. Oh my gosh. Alright, well, I guess summon pistol will be our first drop. Oh my gosh. Anyways, getting back on topic. So about those learning centers. I had one. Maybe some people here can kind of know, but it was called Kumon. You spell that Kumon. And basically, it had math and like reading, or like basically English and math, right? Like pretty basic subjects. And this is I think I went in there as a 4th grader, and they had me do like an evaluation, right? Because the thing is, when I go into their program, they need to evaluate like what level I am, right? Or like how smart I am. And so I was in 4th grade, and I took their 4th grade evaluation. And you know what? You know what turned out of that evaluation? Dude, I had to start from the very bottom. I was so bad at the 4th grade evaluation. They put me back in 1st grade math for their program. I was that bad, dude. I bombed that 4th grade evaluation so bad that so I started learning. Isn't that just that's the thing, dude. They put me back in 1st grade math to do adding and subtracting. That's like because that's how bad it was. That's how bad I messed up my 4th grade math. I think 4th grade math is like multiplying and dividing and like knowing your order of operations and all that. I forgot what you learned. Did you forget to carry the? I don't know, dude. All I know is that I didn't cut it for the 4th grade. So I built myself up, and I didn't. So the way that you quote unquote finish the program is when you so the curriculum goes from 1st grade all the way up to 12th grade. 12th grade high school. So I didn't finish the whole curriculum. I finished the English one. So I started from 1st grade English and finished all the way up to like the highest level English they had. I didn't finish math though. I think I got up to like 70% of the curriculum for math, and then I stopped. The reason is because I don't think it. I would say that taking their program definitely helped me in the later run, but it didn't help me at the time. Like, because I don't know. I think I was like more of a unique kind of person in that program. okay, I'm not gonna say like I was like I was special in that program, but like I was like kind of unique where um they normally don't do this, but like because I was struggling so much, they gave they gave us like or they gave my parents like the answer book. So for example, like they would give us like these homework sheets to do, and then they would give us the answer book to like check our answers, right? But the thing is, T-Man, like if you like I like to cut corners. So instead of doing the actual problem and then looking up the answer, I would just look up the answer and write it down and write it down. and then just like go on with my day. That's the strat. The thing is though, like they knew. So the thing is, for the math portion, you had to show steps, right? Like for example, if you're doing like a multiplication, you have to show every step, right? Oh, like for example, you do this part first, and then you add this part. So like for the first couple parts of it, I would just put in the answer. I would not show my work. I would just put in the answer. And then they were like, bro, where are the steps? And I'm like, I did the math in my head. They didn't buy it. they didn't buy that excuse. And they were like, you gotta show steps, man. I was like, okay. So you know what I did next? I showed the steps, but like it was the wrong steps. Like for example, let's say like the answer is like 5, right? I would show steps like, oh, 2 plus 1, and then I would put equals 5. It would be the right answer, but it'd be the wrong steps. So it's like, so yeah, I showed steps, but it was not the right steps. And obviously they knew as well. And after those 2 blunders, that was it. I was done. I was done with the program. I hit the highest level of English, and then I quit the program. That was it. So that was my journey through the learning program. It's like, yes, it did help me to do algebra, like because like I won't deny that they did help me with math. But did it like help me get better at math? Not really. Like did it really help me? No. I would say like it helped me to do math a little better. Like for example, for like when you're doing algebra, right? Like you have to like move everything away from x, and then you like when you solve for x, you move everything to the other side. People, so in school they would explain like, oh, like if it's like x minus 2 is equal to like 10, people would be like, or my teachers are like, you would add 2 to this side, and you would add 2 to both sides, and then the 2 on the left side would cancel out. But I found that pretty confusing. The way that the learning center taught me was like, oh, you move the 2 to the other side, and then you flip the sign. And I understood that one a lot better. So that's how I would do my algebra. Instead of doing the whole add both sides, cancel this side, I would just move the number to the other side and just flip the sign over. Because I don't know, even though it's the same process, but I understood that a lot better than like how they taught me in school. So that's one thing that the learning center taught me. They taught me how to better understand algebra. But other than that, it was kind of mid for me. And I'm pretty sure that learning center that I go to or that I went to is still there. Pretty sure like they're still in business. I don't know if they shut down. I mean, it's been like like probably almost a decade now since I've been there. So tacos deleted. Nice. Good stuff, man. Are you okay? No. Use sun pistol. Okay. I can't believe we got Stone Pistol first. Okay, well that saves me a lot of time actually. Like now we don't have to actually get Stone Pistol. I just have to get the rest of the drops. I thought Stone Pistol was gonna be pretty hard, but we actually managed to get it pretty fast. So there you go. How much damage does my Stone Pistol do? Let me check. It does 35k. It's not a lot. But I think that's less than the damage that you're dealing normally. Like you're dealing like 44,000. So I'm not even dealing as much damage as you with the Stone Pistol. Speaking of Taco Bell, though, I do want to try out. There's two things I want to try out from Taco Bell. The first is the what is it? The cheesy gordita crunch. I think that's one of them. And then the Doritos taco that you mentioned earlier. Those are the two that I want to try. But I won't do them right now just because I'm trying to lay off fast food for a bit. I'll try it out like maybe a couple months from now. But I heard a lot of good things about cheesy gordita crunch and like the Doritos Locos. Does Taco Bell still have those nacho fries too? I remember nacho fries being like limited for a bit. Like the first time they advertised for the nacho fries, they said they were limited. No, they're still there. Yeah, they're still there. Oh, limited time. Well, it's limited. I guess it's a seasonal thing. They come back for a season, and then they leave for a season, and then they come back. But they're never gone. They're never gone forever. Fast food is, I don't know, man. Fast food is, kind of mid sometimes. It's alright. It's okay. Like one of those things that you get, when you have nothing else. Have like you You guys have Costco in Louisiana? Is that a thing? Is Costco like a national brand? Oh yeah, you do. You guys do have it. We're in like I don't know. I don't have one in my area. Okay. I don't know. All I know is like there's one where my grandma lives. Oh, okay. I don't know. I heard a lot of people talk about like the Costco's pizza. I've tried it before. It's pretty okay. Like I wouldn't call it like stellar or anything. I give it like a strong 7, 6 or 7, but like not mind blowing. But I don't know. Everyone I talk to raves about Costco pizza. It's cheap, I heard. It is. I think it is. Well, I don't know. It depends. Prices might differ in different areas. I need to check the price of it. So my default pizza order comes from Domino's, and I think like a pizza from Domino's, at least for me, is very expensive. Like I think like an order of just 3 items from Domino's, like the pizza, like maybe some like some of the bread stuff, and like where I am at really, I don't know, like 3 items cost me like $80 for 3 items. That's kind of nuts. Yo, it's nuts, yo. Okay. Dang, what? Okay, what is this? Hold on. Dude, what? Costco pizza is $2 for a slice, and if you want the whole pizza, it's $10. That's crazy. Jeez, man. All I remember is that when in my schools, like specifically my high school, middle school, and elementary school, whenever we had like a pizza party, everyone always went to one chain, and that was like the Little Caesars chain. Everyone always, every single time, it was Little Caesars. And the reason is because Little Caesars pizza is extremely cheap, dude. Cause like, I think like a pizza from Little Caesars is like $6. Like a full pizza at $6, which is nuts. Now the thing about Little Caesars though, like, okay, I mean like it's a cheap pizza, but it's also kind of mid, and it's also pretty greasy. Grease is a big yikes. But it's a low price. You gotta give it that. It is a low price. Okay, we got about 20 minutes until we hit our 3rd hour, and then we'll go into the last hour soon enough. You know what? Today's a W. Well, I'll call today a W. I mean, the fact that we got Stone Pistol, I think that's enough to call it a W. I mean, even if we don't get any other drops today, getting Stone Pistol is I mean, it's one of the items that we actually need. So, you know, big W. LCS. Gotta love the LCS. Let me think. I think that life is full of mysteries. That life is full of mysteries that promote I don't know, growth and development. I don't know how else to really phrase that. You figure out the mysteries. Well, okay. Well, you develop as a person to figure out the mysteries, and when you figure them out, you develop more as a person. I don't know. It's just a random thought that came to my mind. Life is epic. Life is Roblox. What it must be like to be DJ Khaled, to just live like, well, I mean, I don't know if he is, but like, to live as like a meme, where everything that you could say can just be quoted out of context. I think he buys into it. Okay. What's your favorite quote by DJ Khaled? Okay. Gatorade. Yeah, that's pretty epic. He made a golf goal and just said Gatorade. Dude, I have to see this. Hold on. He said, send it into the media share. I gotta see this. Oh, man. I think one of my favorite ones, for me personally, well, Life is Roblox is definitely like up there. But like something else that I remember is like one of his quotes being, "Tell him to bring out the lobster." And like they brought out the lobster, and he kept saying, "Dude, the lobster is already there. Tell him to bring out the lobster." All right, hold on. I gotta get my Streamlabs up here to send it through. Tell him to bring out the whole ocean.
Let's go golfing. Let's go golfing. And it matches the shorts, too. That orange with that orange. That orange tee. And them orange diamonds.
Wow! Wow!
Gatorade.
Dude, the way he just walks up so confidently to the camera. Gatorade.
Gatorade.
Let's go! Ball!
Gatorade.
Gatorade.
Oh man. Wait, was he just doing that out of spite, or is is he sponsored? Or is that like or was he just doing that like on his own accord? The clip I was thinking about, it wasn't in there. Hold on. Alright, I need to see what this clip in my Twitter links, I'll send it to you. Okay. Let me just see what this is. This is one clip that you're talking. Gatorade. Oh gosh, it's too funny. Oh yeah, there's also that one thing where he's like, we kept asking the same question. And what is this? What is this? Dude. Just kept doing it, bro. Oh man. Alright, let me see this. Let me see. Oh, Twitter for this one.
All right. All right.
Gatorade.
He's so random about it. Stares into the camera for like 5 seconds. Gatorade. Oh no, man. I got this other one. It's a wild story of adventure and hardship. Oh boy. make credit on these. Then I'll send it through. Yeah, there we go.
Alright, it's dark. In a minute, there ain't gonna be no lights to navigate us to where we need to go. I'm gonna check in with y'all. Alright?
Bro is just out at sea, dude. Oh.
The key is to make it. The key is to make it.
Where?
It's so dark out here. We don't know where the hell we at, but the key is to make it. The key is never
The
give
key
up.
is to make
Snap
it.
into the
Yo.
wind. I know that. It's so real out here right now. The only reason why you see anything is because I got the flash on. We will succeed. The key is not to drive your jet ski in the dark. This is a
Yeah.
master law, not even just that. This ain't right.
Yeah, you think so, DJ Khaled?
This shit real out here, boy. This shit real out here. This shit. God is good. We made it. You never say it was easy. Feels good to be back to the
Dude. Oh my gosh, he is nuts. The key is to make it. You know what? You're right. He's right. He's right. Let's go. The key is to make it. We gotta make it to floor 12. We might not know where we are right now on floor 11. Well, we kind of do, but we don't know how much progress we made. but the key is to make it. Oh gosh, no, it's the lobster clip. Let me get credit on this first. LCS, let's go.
Yo, Melissa, tell them to bring out the lobster. Talk to me about this lobster, Melissa, please.
Spiny lobster. It's a preserved lemon butter, and it's just grilled. With
Tell
a
them
little
to
bit of
bring out the lobster. I just came back from golfing and going to work at the store, having my lunch break before I go back to the We the Best Snipe Superstore. My brother Dre came to vibe with his brother for lunch, and what a day.
I came on the right day.
Look at this, come get a close up of this lobster. Look at this. Tell them to bring out the whole ocean. No, this is tell them to bring out the lobster. Yo, Melissa, you did your thing on this one. You did your thing on this. Look at this. Come look at this. Stop playing, man. Thank you.
Unbelievable.
Wow. It's so good that we had to get seconds. Give me. I already tore this up. This is the definition of telling her to bring out the lobster. Look at this. She about to bring me another one. Y'all got to see this in real time. Like, look at this. I want you to. I don't think you understand how good this is. Look, can y'all see? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Wow. No, it's unbelievable.
Why does
No,
the
it's like
lemon look burned?
It's like unbelievable.
That lemon
When I
looks
go to
charred. Oh, man. DJ Khaled is a whole character. Another one. Just DJ Khaled saying stuff. Saying random. You know, like DJ Khaled is just a D20 dice. Like in those D&D campaigns, you roll a D20 dice, and you just every time you roll, it just another random thing happens. And that's what DJ Khaled is.
Call me asparagus. Tell him to bring out the lobster. Yes, sir. Tell him to bring out the lobster. All right, look at these babies. Tell him to bring out the lobster. Tell him to bring out the lobster. God. Light. There's roadblocks. Don't let nothing stop you. Cause we ain't stopping.
Shrimp shumai, and then half of them have chili aioli. Okay?
Shrimp, what?
Steamed shrimp shumai.
Have you ever played rugby? Roses are red. Violets are blue. Yo. Let's go to the beach. Let's go swimming. Let's go golfing. Tell them to bring the yacht out. This is called what?
That's just avocado toast.
This is called what?
Turkey sausage.
This is called what? And this is called what?
Veggie scramble.
And what is this?
Those are pickled banana peppers.
And what is this? And perhaps what is this?
Water.
Sunday morning, Sunday brunch, Sunday breakfast. Tell them to bring out the lobster.
Not again.
Tell them to bring out the lobster. So, is it cooked already? No. Oh, no. Oh, you about to go. You about to go show. Tell them to cook the lobster. Tell them to bring out the king crab. Tell them to bring out the king crab. Show them that king crab. Show them that king crab. Hold on. Get this. Get this. Now come over here from this way. Keep it moving. Come a little closer.
Oh man. Yeah, I mean, like, he's the life of the party. Like, you know, he may be saying random stuff and it might be funny, but at the end of the day, like, I feel like he just makes your day, you know? Like, just imagine having a bad day and you hang out with like DJ Khaled and he says all that. I don't think like I don't think you can feel like you feel down anymore after being with him. Like that guy is just a whole like bundle of energy. When you talk to an NPC over and over and they say the same line, yeah, it's like what, like Oblivion, or like Skyrim or something. Did they break Saurus? Well, Saurus. Dinosaurus. Wait a minute. I mean that Ra can only drop the... Yeah. Ra can only drop the Endless Light now. He can no longer drop the Sun Pistol. That means the next drop that comes from Ra is gonna be the Endless Light. So it's pretty much guaranteed. I mean, you know, we can also get a tribute, but it's unlikely. What are the chances that we get a tribute before the Endless Light? I don't think it's gonna happen. There's no way. It's like Yoshikage Kira said, you know, my victory is all but assured. All I need to do is just get a drop from Ra, and that's it. That's redemption right there. I just need the Endless Light, and it's GG. Oh, we got cultists. Let's go. Oh, we got cultists. What a day, yo. Let's go. Summon pistol and cultists. Alright, we can finally switch armors. So we're going from 12k all the way up to 17k. So there we go. Actually, it looks kind of... This feels kind of fitting. I don't know. I feel like it fits with the whole with my whole aesthetic here. All right, there we go. We finally got an armor we can use. It looks like your pajamas. Yeah. We got our pajamas. All right. Well, I don't notice too much of a difference between the. I mean, I guess I'm taking a little less damage, but I'm still taking damage, so it's hard to know. I mean, it is like this. How much of a difference is there? It's like a 5k difference. Yeah, like around a 5k difference. I mean, once we upgrade this, it'll be a 10k difference, and then we'll be able to see exactly, you know, how much less damage we're taking. but this will help me survive a little longer. Might be worth to use one of your trips right now. We could upgrade it, but I want to make this up to 50 just so we can get the apotheosis. To get the burst crystals, I don't know. If we have any extra legendary crystals, I'll go over to Helmfirth, but for right now, I'm just gonna build up to 50 to get the apotheosis. The only thing that'll stop us from getting the apotheosis right now is if we lose the Fire Seeker shield. This is the thing that's holding it together, because we have the bulwark. We have 2 bulwarks. We have 2 ash ruins. We have 1 Fire Seeker. So I don't know. Well, we're not at risk or anything because we haven't defeated Saurus yet, but you know, it's the only thing we need is just something from floor 12, the Emerald Bulwark from the Elite Scavs. We'll try to get that as soon as we can. I mean, Emerald Bulwark is not... I don't think it's that... I think it's just a rare item, right? Yeah, it's a rare item, so it shouldn't be that hard to get. Then again, I mean, I said the same thing about the Ruby Bulwark, and look where that led us. Okay, well, the good thing is that I can survive all 3 of them attacking me, so I guess that's better better defense right there. And I guess, like, even if we don't manage to get the apotheosis, we'll still have the burst crystals to upgrade our redemption, so it'll still be put to good use. And then yeah, we're gonna use the upgrade protection scrolls for the burst, because like we're not using them for anything else. We could use it for legendaries, but I feel like burst crystals have to be used wisely, so we want to be scarce with them, so that's why it'll just be better to use them for the burst, because legendaries we'll keep getting. Alright, doing good. Yep. Level's going up pretty high. I think I think we started at 258, 257, and we gained 6-7 levels this stream. So despite not farming Saurus, we're still getting a lot of EXP. How close are you, T-Man, to 400? $20 away? Okay, that's pretty good. Jeez, okay, these guys just like to fling me. We are 3 hours, 13 minutes in, so 47 left to go. We can definitely pull off an endless light. We get an endless light right now. It'll probably be one of the greatest. I mean, Actually, yeah, it might be the greatest stream that we have if we manage to pull off Endless Light, Light Robes, and Sun Pistol. Because like, I mean, like the Requiem and the Curse Enhancement were good, but their drop chances were much lower. Like all these drop chances are 1 out of 800, so it's more impressive to get 1 out of 800. And yeah, I mean, we got 2 of what we need already. We just need, I think, what else do we need? I mean, we came here for the cultist. We came here for Sun Pistol. And we came here for, like, Endless Light. Do we need anything else from, like, Dog? Let's see, so Dog drops the Evil Robes, but we don't need Evil Robes anymore since we already have the Light Robes. And then Ka, I think, drops, like, Oathkeeper or something. Oh boy. Okay, rare. I almost died there. Let me see. So Ka drops. Yeah, so Ka drops the Light Robes. And these like, oh, these are the Oath Keepers. Okay, so that, yeah, so we don't need anything from Ka anymore. That means the only thing that we have left is just the Endless Light. That's it. We get Endless Light and we don't have to come back to Trio because all we need is just Ruby Bulwark and Endless Light and then like a Cultist Robe for survival. That's it. After that, we can just focus on Za and Duality Reaper. Za, Duality Reaper are, man, they're a lot. I think they're a lot tougher. Cause here at least like Sun Pistol gets canceled out, so like we can't get Sun Pistol twice. So that basically restricts a lot of the drops that the trio gives, which makes it easier to get certain drops. But for Za and Duality Reaper, their drops are not restricted by anything. So. I'm not sure what we can do. I mean, we just gotta keep at it. I guess that's the only thing that we really can do. Wait, we have more players here? Yo, got a lot of players running the trio. Let's see, so this is a floor 11. Or not floor, no, floor 12. This is a floor 11, because they got the kunai and the ruby bulwark, and then they have the emerald bulwark here, so that means they're floor 12. Weapon? Yeah, that's definitely a floor 12 weapon, I think. I don't know my weapons that well on floor 12 because like I don't think I've explored all the weapons. Yeah, we'll definitely make it to 265, maybe even 266 before the end of the stream. Exactly sure where to go. If we do manage to get Endless Light, could we go back to Zom, or we can go back to Dual. Whichever one feels more fun, I guess. Just like Za is more HP. And also you have to be next to him for him to spawn. And then Dual Reaper is lower HP, but like it's very hard. Wait, can I use Bulwark right now? Oh wait, why haven't I not been using Bulwark? Look at this. The Bulwark is 5,000 defense. And the Demon Shield is only like 1,800. I have not been using. I should be using these. Okay, let's use these. Because they're better defense. They're way better defense. Okay. Now, in order to switch this one, I have to unequip and equip this one. Because otherwise it will just over-equip this one. So we're gonna unequip this shield and then equip the other ruby. There we go. That's the only way to do it. Because otherwise it would overlap the other ruby and then that would be a rule break. So yeah. I've been here in the last 20 minutes, just been making food while the stream's on the background. How's your day? The day's been pretty okay. Actually, like this stream has been pretty good so far. Because we've gotten the Summon Pistol, which is, the skill that I need from this floor. And we've also gotten a Occultist Rose of Light here for extra defense. So, 1 out of 800 drops, so pretty good. Just like, the best way to complete this day would be to get an Endless Light. And then after that, it'll probably be the best stream of this series. How close are you to monetization on your channel? Not very close, because like I think the two requirements that you need to get monetization is like 1,000 subs and then also like 4,000 watch hours. Right now, my watch hours are currently like hovering around like 1,000 to 2,000. So I'm missing like 2,000 watch hours. So I'm like halfway through with the watch hours. But like the sub is pretty much done, halfway there, you know. But I don't know if I'll make it because like it's in the last 12 months. And even though this series, like the viewership is pretty okay, I don't think it's enough to make it to 4,000 watch hours. I can check how many watch hours I have right now, actually. Let me check. It might be 2,000 or maybe even less than that, I'm not sure. Let me see. So I would go to customize channel, earn. Okay, well it's 1,500 right now, so we're 2,500 off, so a little less than half. 1,500 watch hours. Or I can get like 10 million shorts views, but I don't think that's gonna work, because I don't post any shorts, and I'm not great with making shorts, so I don't think the shorts is gonna do that well. There's also like memberships, so I can unlock memberships at 3,000 watch hours. So I'm halfway through to getting memberships, but ad revenue doesn't come until 4,000. So maybe I should shoot for the memberships first. Where do we get all these players from? We keep getting players like at random intervals. As long as they don't snipe, we'll be okay. But like, yeah, our defense is way better now. With the Ruby Bulwark equipped, it's crazy good. Okay, so putting on the double Ruby Bulwark is basically like using the chaos with my cultists right now. It's just really good. I mean, it's a little bit short of the chaos because it's like 11,000, but still, it works way better. I mean, look at this upgrade right here, 1875 all the way up to 5,600. That is nuts. I mean, like, they're still chunking me a little bit, but it's much less than before. Actually, I think I could use my curse now comfortably. Well, curse is percentage based, so it won't even like doesn't matter how much health I have. It will just keep chipping away. But yeah, curse is more manageable now. I can use cursed without like taking so much damage. Alright, we're at 3 hours and 30. You got the last half hour here. Last half hour to get this endless light. I'm confident actually. Now that, like, seeing that we've gotten cultists and sun pistols today, I'm confident in being able to get this endless light. See, you didn't ask me to, but I think you deserve it, so I made a ticket on the Swordburst 2 server to get in contact with their server moderation. Hopefully get you some collaborations. Yo, that's pretty cool. Yeah, thanks for doing that, Liam. I appreciate it. I don't do many collaborations nowadays, cause like, I don't know. I've always started my YouTube off as like a solo channel. I've never really went out of my way to collaborate with others that much. Like, I have done it before, but I don't do it much often like nowadays. But it'd be nice to you know, to do some collaborations with like some other content creators, some other maybe even getting like in contact with some of the what's it called, the contributors of the game. Like, I talk to BGM a lot, but me and BGM don't stream together, so it's not necessarily a collaboration, or just like I think it's just like it's more of him just watching my stream and then I watch his stream. So like an indirect collaboration, I guess. But yeah, but thanks for doing that. They should have a section in the main server where you can see all the current Swordburst 2 streams. Is that only YouTube, or do they have like Twitch as well? For sure, because I know there's some I know there's some that stream on Twitch as well. They should add Twitch as well. Okay. I think I don't know. Like, this might sound a bit weird though, but I typically don't advertise any of my streams, like, you know, like on the Swordburst 2 like server or anything, just because I don't know. I know it's like normal to advertise, but I just don't do it because a bit lazy, and two, I don't know, I'm just like a bit self-conscious, I guess, of the content I'm producing, because I feel like I'm not producing as good of a content as like other Swordburst 2 creators. So it feels like if I put something in there, it's like not as good as others, right? So it feels very underwhelming in a way. I don't know. It's like the best way for me to make an analogy out of this is, it's like, for example, like there's like a fruit aisle, right? And let's say like you're looking out at all the oranges. There's a bunch of like, you know, good healthy oranges, and then right there you see like, you know, a pretty rotten orange, and then that's me right there. Yeah, and, like that's how I feel. Just like in comparison, just in regards to like just content in general. Yeah, what I personally love about streamers is basically the feeling that you're just playing together and chatting, just chilling and hanging out on game. Yeah, like that's typically what I try to go with pretty much every stream that I do, unless it's like, you know, a stream where I am trying to do something more serious. Like for example, if it's like a game that that I'm more passionate about, where I'm trying to, you know, play like a ranked kind of thing, then maybe, you know, it's not really necessarily a chill vibe. But most of the time, and most of the streams that I'm doing nowadays, it's just more of a podcast kind of thing. Like I just hop on stream and then just talk about random things, like whether it's something that whether it's a topic that I come up with, or even like a topic that people put in the chat, or just someone else brings up. Because I don't know, Swordburst 2, at least for me, Swordburst 2 is not really a game where you can take it like that seriously. I think it's more of something that you just kind of chill into. Because whenever I play Swordburst 2 off stream, I typically just kind of chill in the game and, you know, utilize like a YouTube video in the background for like some extra entertainment, I guess. I just, you know, I just hop on just to chill, and sometimes I do VCs with some of my friends, and sometimes we just play Swordburst 2 together and just talk about random topics. Particularly one of my viewers and someone who's helped me a lot in this challenge as well, Coco. I talked with him. A couple like months ago, I talked with him a lot with Swordburst 2. Nowadays, he's kind of taken a break from the game because, you know, there's not really much content left in here, at least not until they update it again. But yeah, but we used to talk a lot in VC, just, you know, about random things that came across our mind. It's got a rare upgrade crystal. Let's go. I think that's typically the vibe that I try to go for. Just like, you know, just keeping it a chill vibe. You know, I'm not trying to, you know, make this over the top or anything. I just want people to, you know, I guess the way that I see it, I just want people to be able to use my stream as like maybe something that you put in the background, not necessarily watching all the time, but just as a little I guess it's just something that you would just put in the background and do stuff, like do other stuff while you listen to it. Basically, what a podcast is, I guess. I guess that's the definition of what a podcast is, or specifically audio podcast, where you just listen to it. I don't know. Everyone has their unique style, I suppose. I think the only thing that I would try to improve, at least about this chill vibe, is just be more charismatic about things. Because there's some times where I go off tangents and I start talking about random things, and eventually it gets to a point where it gets to a point where I start saying things that, or I start saying too much, and I gotta know when to cut the topic off. It's because I don't want to go on too much of a tangent, otherwise it would just start boring people if I talk too much about one topic. So I try to move around with topics as much as I can. And also, I'm trying to improve just the general flow of speech as well, because I don't know, for those who you guys have been watching my streams for those who have been watching the stream for now, you guys know that I'm not really great with putting together sentences. I cut sentences, I make pauses all the time, and then also I end up stuttering a lot as well. And I want to try to keep the conversation as flowy as possible, not making sudden cuts or something, and making sure that I don't say anything out of context. But if you guys like that stuff, then I'll keep doing it. But it's just something that I've been trying to work on. Yeah, wouldn't overthink it. Just enjoy yourself with commentary. Yeah, I think that's the best way of looking at it. Shouldn't really stress over the minimal things. Just have fun. I think the most important part about streaming is just having fun and interacting with the audience, and having some good conversations and such. Bro is gone. Wow. But I'll work on it. I think I feel like everything that we do just requires a lot of practice. So the more I do it, the better I'll get at it. And one thing someone told me once is that I should not autopilot. If I autopilot in everything that I do, then I'm not really learning anything, and I'm just kind of cruising with it. So yeah, sometimes I autopilot in my Swordburst gameplay, and I think it's fine to autopilot in games like this, because there's no stakes. I'm not losing anything. Well, sometimes I am. For this challenge specifically, sometimes I am losing something if I do something wrong. But for the most part, Swordburst 2, there's not really any high stakes for piloting in this game. But in other aspects of streaming, for example, making conversations, just saying random things, sometimes I tend to autopilot there, and then I say some weird stuff, and then because it's the stream, I can't just go into my editing program, my Premiere Pro, and just edit it out, because everything on stream is there live, so everyone will see it, everyone will hear it. So I'm trying to be more more aware of the things I'm saying, and also just find my best to keep the flow of the conversation going. I ran into it this stream as well, where there are just some times where I just ran out of topics to talk about. Like, there's just nothing that comes to mind. And it's just like this dead air, I guess. There's nothing wrong with like silence sometimes with dead air, but I think too long of a silence is not great, because then it's just gameplay on the screen. There's not really anything to talk about. And most of the time I just kind of rely on myself to think of a topic, but if I can't, then I'll just like ask the chat or ask anyone that I'm playing with. For example, like sometimes I'll ask T-Man for like a topic or something, and we'll just go from there. So alright, like when I stream and I play with like other people, I try to bounce off energy between myself and the person I'm playing with, and also myself in the chat, because I feel like that's the best way to prevent myself from going into dead air. It's the easiest way to prevent silence in the entire stream. Like for example, I think you've seen it before, T-Man, where like when me and Coco like stream together, or well when I stream and Coco joins into the VC, I don't think there's rarely moments where we have dead air. Like we're always talking about something, you know? So I don't know. It's an interesting conversation. I do appreciate everyone who's stuck by this long. I know that we've been going through a rough patch over these last couple years in terms of the content, but thank you for those who've stuck around like since day one, and like day one being like the first day that you discovered my stream or something. If at all possible, I'd like to see if I could do this for 10 years. So right now I made the channel in 2017, but I didn't start making content, like real content, until 2018. So let's just establish 2018 as the starting point. So up to now, we started in March 2018. So now it's June 2024, it's been 6 years, so I'd like to try to do this for 4 more years and see where that gets me. I am, things will definitely change in 4 years. I don't doubt that fact, because, things have definitely changed since 2018, that's for sure. I've done a lot of stuff since then. But the thing I always come back to is Swordburst 2. And I think Swordburst 2 is done after 4 years from now. I don't think there's going to be any more content for Swordburst in 4 years from now. Maybe there will be, and perhaps I'm wrong, but I think Floor 13 will probably come out within the next year. Either by the end of this year, next year, or 2 years from now. But there's no way that they're going to add any more content in like 2028. I just don't see it. Like a new game will come out by then. By then, I hope that Emblem Tales comes out. I really do, because I want to, like, if I want, okay, the game that I want to play the most out of any other Roblox game on this platform is Emblem Tales. Emblem Tales is the one game that I really want to play. And I mean, at the rate of their development, I'm pretty sure they will release. They will release within like the next couple months, years maybe. I'm willing to wait. I got 4 more years in me. And we'll see how that goes. I'll buy the game and revamp it. I mean, you can try. I don't know if Swordburst 2 can be revamped at this point, or if people even want it to be revamped. We got about 10 minutes. The final 10 minutes here. Can we get this endless light within this last 10 minutes? I think so. Who do you guys think would win between Ra, Da, and Ka versus Ghosts of the Future, Ghosts of the Past, and Ghosts of the Present, which were in the winter event for this game? Trio versus trio. If I had to vote, I would probably say the Ghost of the 3 Ghosts, because like if you looked at their attack speed, those guys attacked really fast. I don't know, like they just like their slashes are so fast. I don't know. I feel like the Ghost would be able to just like outspeed the trio here, but I don't know. Leo says floor 11 bosses. You know, I'd like to see a video on this. Like, dude, I feel like they can actually do this. Like, for example, BGM getting the trio versus the Ghost trio, and then just like getting them so that they can attack each other, and then just seeing who would win. I would love to see that. Like a battle simulator for Swordburst 2. My gosh, I would love to see that. If I had access to like the Swordburst 2 assets, like all of this stuff, I would probably make that happen. Just like, you guys know that one game, Totally Accurate Battle Simulator, right? Like, I want to do that, but like in Swordburst 2. So just putting bosses against other bosses to see who would win. Or like, for example, like, can 100 players beat like four Atheons or something? Dude, that's legit what made Ark Survival Evolved popular? Really? Okay. Interesting. Yeah, know, I would do it, but I don't know. Like, I don't think anyone on the Swordburst 2 dev team is willing to give me assets to it, and even then, I wouldn't know how to code it. I would need someone to help me with the coding to make the battle simulator work, but we'll see. Maybe if BGM hops into the stream. I mean, well, there's only about 6 minutes left, but the next time BGM, I guess here, just like if you guys are here, whenever BGM is here next, remind me to ask him about the battle simulator for Swordburst 2, because I would like, I want to see like if that can actually be a thing. Because I think like, okay, now that I think about it, I can make that into like a whole video series. Like, if it gets popular enough, I would just ask people to like request what they want to see. So I would put like, who would win between the three Hypercidia trios versus the Ghost trio, or like I don't know, can 10 Sauruses beat 1 Atheon? Honestly, though, I don't think they can, because assuming that the enemies don't know how to dodge, Atheon would destroy everyone with the nuke. Honestly, I don't think it would be even close. Right, we're coming in to our last 2 minutes. Last 2 minutes here. Alright, the last... Alright, okay. We'll do... Starting from here. Starting from Ra, we'll do one more rotation. So we'll do one more Ra after this, one more Da, and then one more Ka. So just one more rotation. I think that's enough, yeah. So that's 1282. Okay, then Da, and then Ka will end it all. Yeah, we'll do, well, I want to do one more Ra just in case the next Ra is the Endless Light. Just in case. There might be a chance. Might be a chance, actually. I don't know. Yeah, okay, so this one and then one more Ra, that's it. And then we end. Oh boy, we got a bunch of people here. I'm just gonna pop Curse as soon as Ra spawns in. Oh my gosh. Okay, whatever. I got the credit. Let's go. And sad. Oh, okay, fine. I'll do Da, I guess. Why not? While we're here. All right, that's it. Alright guys, well, if you guys enjoyed the stream, make sure to like, comment, and subscribe. If you want to see some more of the SB2 ROD series, or you have any other games that you want me to stream, make sure to let me know in the comment section, live chat, Discord server. Special thanks as always to T-Man for helping me out, because, you know, I wouldn't be able to get all this done without T-Man, so major props to him. And also everyone else who joined into the stream as well. And Leo as well for the help with the whole collaboration thing. So thanks for that. Let me read this comment real quick. What I think would really be good for your channel is to invite guests on from Swordburst 2 content creators to developers, and just discuss Swordburst 2 and other stuff. Maybe. If they're willing to do it, then I'll give it a shot. But we'll see. We'll see what we can make out of it. But thanks for the advice, Leo. And everyone else as well. We'll be back with another stream on Friday, so make sure to tune in for that. But other than that, thanks for tuning in to this stream, and I'll catch everyone in the next stream. Thank you.